believe we are live. So, hello, I am Hikari Harpy, and today, I have a bunch of OCs that I would like to reimagine as sort of gacha characters. So basically, I have my webcomic, the Dragon Club series, and it is full of all sorts of colorful characters, all of which have their own unique personalities. There's something to love about just about every one of them, at least in my opinion. So I thought, why not reimagine them as like gacha pulls? Like, if you saw these characters, what sort of rarity do you think they would be? And I actually have a number of sketches and a number of characters ready to ink and color today. So without further ado, I'm going to move over to the camera. So as you can see, I already have this one ready to go. This is Scotty Hijack. She is essentially who I consider to be the main protagonist of the overall Snapdragon Club series, but I'm still trying to figure out how to best tell her story. So that is something I'm working on. But aside from her, I have 7 other characters that I can choose from to start with. I actually want to start by inking and coloring her first, just because it's been such a long time since I drew her, so I'm gonna do that. But in the spirit of gacha, since I have 8 in total, I'm going to use a D8 and see which one I'm going to start working on after Scotty. So here we go. That is a 6. So that means after Scotty, I will be working on Tomtress. Another character who I haven't drawn a whole lot because she's more of a lore character, so nowhere to place her just yet, but she is part of the lore of Sanctus and the Snapdragon Club. So I think that settles that. I will start with Scotty and then I'll move on to the Tomtress. And for those who can't see the chat, I did post a question of the day, which is, what is your opinion on gacha games? And just to start us off, I guess my opinion is that there are probably like decent ways to do gacha games. It's just that all the most known gacha games I feel like are not really the most user-friendly, I suppose you could say. They're very much focused on the monetization, which, you know, that I feel like that's sort of the whole point at this point with the most modern gacha games, right? It's like they start a new season, they hype up a new main character of the season, and that's their new 5-star, and now it's like, oh, well, I gotta like either earn some of the in-game currency or start, you know, spending for some premium currency to like try and get the pull that I want, which is very it's a very dangerous slippery slope, I feel. Like, I'm familiar that games like Zenless Zone Zero and Genshin Impact exist in terms of gacha games, but I think the only one in recent memory that I played was Fantasy Life Online, back when it was still available as a mobile game. Like, at first it was only, like, I think it was Japan only, probably. But then they eventually came out with, like, a localized English version. And I played that one for a while. I got my favorite buddy Odin. So that was fun. And hello, welcome. Not a big fan of those types of games. I prefer platformer games or TCG. Yeah, I can see that, definitely. I'm not sure which platformer games or TCGs I've played recently. I know in the past I have played Pokemon, I've played Yu-Gi-Oh!, I've played like just a teeny bit of Magic the Gathering. Just enough to like kind of like, you know, dabble in it, but I never really full on played it. Not as much as I did like Yu-Gi-Oh! Way back in its heyday. Platformers, I have not played much of those as of recently, I don't think. But there are plenty of good ones, of course. But yeah. Also, if you're willing to, feel free to tell me like how my audio mixing is doing. Like if you can hear the music but also hear me, or if either one is too quiet or too loud. But yeah, so I'm working on my original characters this time around. And the first one we're going to be working on is Scotty Hijack, who, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, is essentially who I consider the main character of the Dragon Club series. I made a pilot comic about how she came to be, which is essentially she's from this place which is dubbed the Angel Sphere, and essentially it gets attacked, she gets tainted by something, and because she gets tainted, her fellow angels don't particularly trust her anymore, and so sort of cast her out. And that's essentially, that's essentially what she is. She's an angel. But when she was cast out, she landed on Sanctus and was found by Dreamwalker, who is essentially the Fae of Dreams. And he's got his own plans for Scotty. But essentially, it sums up to him enabling her to become what he deems the hero of Sanctus. That is the title he has given her. In which, essentially, he's gonna send Scotty to take down any giant monsters that have been wreaking havoc among the people of Sanctus. Because there have been monster attacks recently. They don't know where the monsters come from. They don't know why they're attacking settlements or anything like that. But he's going to help figure out where they come from, and she's going to hopefully find out what tainted her and if she can ever find a place to belong. Yeah, for those who are watching the VOD long after the stream is done, feel free to also answer the questions of the day in the comments as well about your opinions of what you think about gacha games. begin, I am inking with my colored pens because I find it helps me like keep track of the places of what things I want to color how, and it just like kind of looks very satisfying. And also I feel like it softens certain places just so not everything has to be a straight up like black outline if it doesn't need to be. I also just want to say that generally speaking, I don't usually give my characters this many details, which is why the whole gacha thing came as an experiment of like how I would change their character designs to fit the aesthetic of what I consider to be stereotypical of a gacha game. And for me, the designs of gacha game characters are generally like maximalist, I suppose. Like they're always like chock full of all sorts of details packed into their clothing, into their accessories, into whatever like props they might be holding, or just all sorts of things that could be attached to them. And I think my theory for that, my ongoing theory for that is that it's because they want to be able to sell you on this character. So they're trying to like cram in every single little thing that is important to knowing this character into like their image, their still image, so that they can market this character to you and be like, this character is cool, this character is awesome, and you should be totally invested in buying them or trying to, pull for them. So, like for instance, Scotty Scotty's character design, what I added to her design is that she's got more feathery bits to her, because over here, in this corner over here, I'm not sure if I can quite get it on camera, but that is essentially her true form. She's technically genderless. She, they is basically her pronouns, but you know, they can go either way, and you know, they don't care too much about which pronouns they're called, but it's more like they're just super curious because they are absolutely clueless about the world around them. So that's why they're willing to travel around and help people, because one of the things that they did as an angel was just to protect the angel sphere and protect their fellow angels. So that's essentially the main characteristic they were created with. But yeah, outside of the feathery bits, there's also like more allusions to their connection to Dreamwalker, because Dreamwalker is essentially the reason that they're able to transform from their true form into this more humanoid form. Other than that, I just added like more detail to like this little wing on her like belt. And oh yeah, this hair accessory was not there in the beginning. I completely added that just to keep tying it in with the feather and dream shard aesthetic. And then of course, one of Scotty's powers is being able to create rings of fire. So they're tossing a ring of fire over here, and I've if you're familiar with like Neza, I think that's how you pronounce it. Like they're like this I think celestial prince in Chinese mythology that they have like these fire rings that they sort of use to sort of like fly around. I've always liked that aesthetic, so I figured, hey, you know, Scotty's got fire rings, and in their true form, they're able to fly, so why not go along with this aesthetic? So for this image, I attempted to keep the poses consistent between the two, like, versions of Scotty, just to try and drive it home that they are in fact one and the same. I think the only thing left to ink now are the fire rings. inking is all done, so now I'm going to try and see if I can get some colors to work in my favor. Just enough purple for this. so far. I'm just gonna try and blend out these flames a little bit. I do find it a little funny that today is also the same day as the release of episode 5, I believe, of the Amazing Digital Circus. So you can imagine what I'll be doing right after stream. Hikari, don't turn them into gacha plushies! Hikari! Well, luckily for you, they won't be turned into gacha plushies, but man, could you imagine? They'd be really cute as plushies. I'm gonna be real. There's a lot of them that would be very cute as plushies, but no. In this case, when I was thinking of gacha, I was thinking more of in terms of like gacha games. Like, I guess Genshin Impact and Zenless Zone Zero were my main inspirations in terms of like what sort of aesthetics I would be trying to emulate by trying to turn my Snapdragon Club characters into gacha characters. Which is to say, I'm essentially trying to just smush in as much detail as I can into their designs to try and sort of portray as much about who they are and what their deal is as much as possible. Since I feel like that's kind of like the main focus when it comes to gacha designs, is that they're just trying to be as marketable as possible so that you want to pull them. More accurate to call them gacha PNGs then? Possibly. I don't play a whole lot of gacha games. Yeah, that's fair. I mentioned earlier in the stream, but I also don't really play gacha games. The only one that comes to mind that I've actually played was Fantasy Life Online. Back when that mobile game was still up and running. It is not available anymore. But back in the day when it was still around, when the English translation finally came over and I was able to play it, I just ate it all up. I never spent a single penny on it. Just because I always felt I could get what I needed just as long as I kept grinding. And I did, essentially. And also, it was mostly because I was missing Fantasy Life. This was before Fantasy Life I had been announced. So this was basically the only thing that I could play since I lost my original Fantasy Life game. It's either I lost it or I gave it away at some point, but either way, it's like that Fantasy Life for the 3DS, I could no longer play it at the time, and so Fantasy Life Online was the only bit of Fantasy Life I had up until I started playing Fantasy Life Eyes, and I have that, so I've been playing that on PC very happily. But yeah, I'm sure like, and actually, in terms of Fantasy Life I, there's a lot of characters from Fantasy Life Online that got like ported over essentially to the main game. So it's like if you played both Fantasy Life for the 3DS and Fantasy Life Online, then there's going to be so many characters that you'd recognize and just be like, oh my goodness, I can't believe that they put this character in the game. Like, most of them will have no bearing on the actual plot, but man, is it so good to see them. All the nostalgia will become just rushing back. And even like the characters that were part of the original 3DS game, they came back as their like gacha versions in terms of their design anyways. But yeah, anyways, in terms of like who I'm drawing right now, this is my character, Scotty Hijacked. They are essentially who I consider like the main protagonist of the Snapdragon Club series. If only because like they're the main hero person going around the world essentially beating up monsters, taking them down. Like there are other heroes that are also taking down monsters, but she's the main one. Who has been chosen by the Fae Dreamwalker to become the hero of Sanctus. The only thing is that I'm still trying to work on how I'm trying to tell her story exactly, so it's a work in progress. Also, please feel free to tell me if like the audio mixing is like if it's doing good. Like hopefully the music isn't too loud or I'm not too quiet, but yeah. But yeah, I guess I always just wondered, like, maybe not always, but I wondered if I were to put all of my Snapdragon Club characters into a gacha, like, who would be the most vied for? Like, who would people, like, grind hours in a game just to try and get more pulls and try to get the character that they want? it done. Looking real nice, thank you. I do enjoy how the pose looks for her because it has been a while since I drew this particular character. I did not think I would be using blue so soon, but I think This is a proper place for it. About done. Which is great because I have several other characters that I have already sketched out that I could be doing for this stream. And I have already picked out who's going to be my second character for this. So my second character is going to be the Temptress. Now, currently in the Snapdragon Club, she has not made an official comic appearance just yet. She's currently more of a lore character, but she is a fae, and she is essentially the librarian of the magical library hidden away in the enchanted forest. So as you can tell, she's got more of a serious demeanor about her. Indeed, Faye. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Bracky. Good to see you. Also, I hope everyone who's here is doing well. And that goes for anyone watching the VOD. I hope everyone is doing well today. So this is going to be very interesting. Temptress is mostly made up of blacks and blues, so I need to make sure I have all those ready to go. going to assume that since nobody is saying anything, that the mixing, the sound mixing is doing all right. Sounds good to me. Thank you, Disco. I think the line art is all done for now. So let's see how this looks. I missed a book. That's okay. I really like the look of the book throne. I know that's not part of the character, but yeah. Well, I mean, you could make the argument that it sort of is, considering that she is like a librarian. So the whole reason the book throne is there is to sell the point that she's all about books. So I hope like you know, with the glasses, all the books, the steadiest look on her face, you know, it's all to help convey that sort of character. And yes, it's Tonjess! Hi. Thank you for stopping by. And just as a small, like, little fun fact, here's my original sketch of Tontress right here. Like, I already knew generally the pose that I wanted, the book throne was still there, but unfortunately I was, when I took a look at it, the perspective of the books looked a little off to me, so I reached out to like an artist friend of mine who graciously offered some advice of where to put the horizon line and everything, so that's how we got this version. That's how it's spelled, yeah. You heard Temptress. That's a good name for the character, to be honest. Yeah. Generally speaking, the Fae like all have names that they go by that just relate to what their major deal is. such as Dreamwalker being the Fae of Dreams. He goes around giving good dreams, essentially. And Shade is the Nightmare Fae. He goes and feeds off of others' fears. And therefore, like, Tomtress, like, I had to, like, think about what name to give her. It's like, I have considered giving her something a little bit more simple, like librarian, you know, bookkeeper. There was already, like, a scroll keeper in the Dark Crystal. But, yeah. So, it took a long time to figure out which moniker to settle on, so Tomtress is what I settled on. I know it's not the most common of names or words to smush together, but yeah. Tomtress, she eats book. I mean, she doesn't eat book, she more protects book. fact it's two words that aren't commonly thought of makes the name more unique. Yeah, I mean, that was the idea. It's just, you know, it's just one of those things you just kind of gotta weigh, you know? It's like, on one hand, having something unique makes it hopefully more memorable, but on the same time, if it's way too far outside the realm of, like, what's the usual, then it becomes something that's, like, that feels obtuse for obtuseness sake, you know? It's like calling it, it's like if you're making a world and you call a pen by a different name just because of a few arbitrary reasons, but sometimes it's like, you know, you can't expect new readers and new watchers to understand or like keep up with all the new lingo for, you know, that are just replacing normal words. So it's just something to be careful about, I guess, and something I'm always like trying to struggle, or like, I'm not trying to struggle, but something I struggle with as well when it comes to world building, because, for instance, in Sanctus, generally speaking, I try to have like a Latin base for my naming conventions. And or like at least have it based in like some sort of, you know, common root that people might be familiar with. So for instance, cows. In Sanctus, they are called Tar, Taur. Like think of like Taurus, you know, from astrology, or even Tauros from Pokemon. You know, it's that sort of similar vibe where I just try to keep it familiar enough that it's easy enough to get a grasp of, but different enough to say, hey, this isn't, you know, it's not Earth. Plus she's hot. I designed her so well. Her name fits her. Thank you. Yeah, she's one of my biggest Tomtress fans right there. I think Tomtress is only second to Puro. Am I right? gacha world building stuff like that sounds super complex, so props for going for that amount of effort. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, I love it so much that I can't really get it out of my head sometimes. So it's like, if I'm going to be stuck with this mindset, I might as well just, figure out things that would make sense, Like, expletives is another good one, Like, if certain religions don't exist, what sense does it make for people to say, "Oh my God," So it's like, there's also, my own little personal thing as well that I don't curse. That's just a me thing. I personally do not curse. I am a gosh darn it to heck sort of person. So this is not a monetization thing, because this channel is far too small to be monetized. Which is why I always plug in my Ko-fi over here. But yeah, so that's it. I have no particular reason. Everyone else can curse, I'm not against that. Just me personally, I just don't feel comfortable saying it. Yes, I know, my biggest Puro fan. That's why whenever I draw Puro, they have to be the first to know. Which, by the way, just for you, I'm not sure if I'll get to him in this stream, but just for you, I'll just go ahead and show him again. Here's the boy. And hi! I'm glad you can make it. The voice actress for Crystal in my Hunter's Tale comic dub is in the house. Thank you for stopping by. Yes, I am a gosh darn heckler. Yes, thank you so much for stopping by. Let's see. I have a grade for this. I'm pretty sure I do. I have a grade for this. Here we go. This is the one I wanted to use. better. What would the loot box animation look like? Ooh. That's a good question. I haven't thought about that one. Let's see. I guess it would look like a like a dark blue present box wrapped in a light blue bow and then topped with some blue snapdragons. Maybe it has like some white leaves or white lines, just really curly like details on it. And it'll just like shake like did you and then pop and then you get a character. Also, hello. In terms of the question of the day, it varies, but none can expect to hold my attention forever. Going off and on games is more my style in general, but so long as I'm not spending lots. Yeah, that's the thing with gacha games in general, is that I feel like gacha games nowadays, or I guess, I don't know if they've always been like this, but gacha games in general, just like, you're fully aware of what the end game is for a company or any like publisher, any game publisher that releases a gacha game. You generally know that the end goal is to make you want a character badly enough that you're willing to spend premium currency in order to get a better chance of pulling them. And it's always just, that's, and then it just sort of becomes more of a meta game, of how long can I be stubborn and just try to do it with only earned currency. I used to be big into Magic the Gathering, so my mind goes to trading card games or Brawl Stars for gacha games. Yeah, I guess you could say trading card games kind of have some similar aspects to gacha games in that usually there'd be some sort of rare card that you'd be trying to pull in a booster pack, right? And hello, Superbad! Welcome. But yeah, fourth wall repairman. I think, definitely trading card games have some things in common with gacha games, at least in that aspect, but yeah. I think there's the other thing about trading card games, I guess, is that they try to appeal in a different way, because I feel like with gacha games there's more emphasis on the appeal of the design and not usually so much the appeal of how they might affect gameplay. Not usually. I feel like the first thing that comes to mind is the appearance is what grabs people's attention, and they're and that's why there's so many waifu or husbando looking characters in things like Zenless Zone Zero or Genshin Impact. always appreciate cards with cool art. Yeah. Guess in my opinion, as long as you admit that gambling is fun, take care to not make it a problem, it's fine. I mean, yeah. But it's like, you just gotta be careful because it's like a slippery slope. Okay. Let's see. I think. I think I'll potentially call this one done. It's been a hot minute since I drew her, but there she is in her dark, brooding glory. So I sketched up a total of 8 characters because I was just, I was in a mindset. Oh. So let's see. I think I'm going to roll a die and see who I get next. I phrased it as gambling is fun to keep the gambling aspect in my own head. Helps keep something resembling self-control. Yeah. The wings are so pretty. Yeah, I do like Temptress's wings. Yeah, hi. Alright, I got a die. Let's see what I roll this time. That would be an 8. Interesting. So the latest one that I drew up, because I feel like a lot of the characters that I drew up, I would consider like on the higher tier of rarities, like 5-star, 4-star rarities. So I feel like this character here would be one of the commons, like a 2-star. This is Orin Kingsley. She appears in the Dragon Club Grand Opening comic. And she's essentially a human detective who was very addicted to coffee. And her thing is that she is also kind of short, and she's also born from a magical orange. So there's not a whole lot to her. She's just really grumpy in terms of like her personality. She wants to be taken seriously as a top tier detective, but due to her biological conditions, she's not quite respected, at least not in her eyes. I was really trying to figure out how much detail I wanted to give her, or how much detail I could even give her. Considering she's supposed to be a 2-star drop. But I think having her sit on a stool with a cup of takeout coffee it's good enough. Freckles. Short in stature, and would you call her short in temper? I certainly would. She got that Edward Elric complex. just need to line out the little smoke, and then I'll start erasing. Looking good. I forgot to line her mouth. That's okay. I will just fix that in a second. More prominent orange because that is her namesake. So she was once an ordinary orange, and then someone cast a spell to give the fruit a brain, or was there something in the water? Perhaps I misunderstood. Origin story. So, the whole thing about Orin is that basically, so the shortest version I can tell is that if you've ever heard the story of Momotaro, it's kind of like that. But in case you haven't heard, essentially, her parents could not conceive, so they had a farmhand basically help them by growing a magical orange tree for them, and from the biggest orange out came baby Orin, essentially. Oh, that's cute. I guess it is. But that sort of backstory does not come without its consequences, so it is the reason why she has a leaf growing out of her head, and why she's kinda the way she is, and that biological condition I mentioned earlier. So she has this thing where she can't really strain herself too much physically. Otherwise, she will puke orange juice, essentially. So, ironically, she does not like the taste of oranges. truth. Yeah. But anyways, that is Oren Kingsley. Decent enough for a 2-star, I think. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yay, thank you. Alright. Let's see who's up next. Number 1 would be Scotty, but since I already finished hers, and just to show her again, here she is. Next one that I'll be doing is Dreamwalker. He's another Fae that I haven't drawn in a while. This might get a little tricky. For you see, ladies and gentlemen, I am running very low on yellows and browns, which are colors that very much make up a huge part of Dreamwalker's color scheme. So, I'm going to have to hope I have enough alcohol ink for this. But, I think first of all, I would like to take a moment to take a quick break. It's almost been 3 hours, so I'm gonna take like a 5-minute break or so, and then I will come right back, get some drinks, get some snacks, do some stretches, take care of yourself, and when I come back, I will be up to the challenge of figuring out how in the world I'm going to color this piece in particular. And if anyone feels like donating, I have a Ko-fi link. I have not tried it out yet, but apparently if you donate, a little like pop-up will show up on the corner here, along with any little message you decide to leave as well. But yeah, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Hope you guys had a good break. I actually helped myself to a little bit of a matcha latte that I made for myself. But now we have to tackle the challenge of how in the world I'm going to color this man. Because this man has colors that I am a little bit low on. But I'm really glad that I get to draw him again because I made cute little additions, like little elf ears. is at least complete, I believe. frightening amount of hair to draw and color. How did you start getting comfortable with that? I mean, I don't know. There's just something about Dreamwalker's hair in particular that's just really fun to me. Like, because his hair is ribbons, as you can see. I don't draw them with hair physics. I draw them with ribbon physics. And that's because he can move them like strands of ribbons as well. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. I found a texture for his hair that I liked, which is just to make it all like glistening, shiny. And I'm just like, I like coloring that. And his hair is basically the only characters that I like do that for, really. There's not many like characters' hair where I have like a sort of set gradient or pattern to it. So once I find like a nice pattern or gradient that I like, I just keep doing that. I mean, Shade's hair is kind of similar in that he's like, his hair, Shade's hair is a lot more of a mess, but it's also got like that Tim Burton sort of spiral look to it. So that's just kind of the thing that his hair does, and I like it. Like, here's Shade. You can see that his hair is also doing some weird things in the back right there with the spirals. Ribbons are fun. She's built different for doing this traditionally. Lots of respect to you. Oh, thank you. But honestly, the reason I do this traditionally is because, like, I already spent a lot of time on the computer and on my phone, and doing traditional art gives me an excuse to, like, look away from a screen for a while. So I just, like, I can still draw, but also just not be looking at my computer. But also, it gives me the chance to, like, work with some art materials that I've had laying around for so long that have gone unused just because I've been doing more digital art like in the past. I mean, you probably saw my Snapdragon Club grand opening comic. That was basically entirely digital art. The only reason there's a small part in like the finale video where I actually like drew traditionally is because it's a rushed ending, and I felt like maybe I could kinda add a little bit more context because I was turning it into video format. But yeah.
I often skipped cleanup because of smearing and such by using still more paper and a light board.
Yeah. Sometimes I would consider, like, yeah, because having a light board definitely helps. But, yeah, I unfortunately do not have the room for such a thing. I admit, comic making has left me glued to the screen far longer. Yeah. Maybe I should do more traditional sketches while I'm still burnt out. I mean, doodles are always a great way to just, you know, get something there. Maybe do like some Bob Ross tutorials. That's always fun, you know? Good point. At this point, I'm too used to tablet, and I still don't get traditional art to begin with, so I don't even want to think how much worse it would be if I did return to it. I mean, it's all up to you and your comfort levels, because, you know, sometimes, like, I know for me, what I drew seemed to come in phases. Like, there was a point in time where I just did not want to take any criticism for my art. And the reason being that I just really connected with my art, and it was a thing that really made me happy. So for anyone to tell me that what made me happy was like horrible, it was like, how dare you. But now that things are like, now that I'm in the right headspace for it, I can actually be like, okay, I am in the mindset to be ready to learn. I want to actually, like, every now and again I'll be like, this actually looks a little off. I would like to learn how to improve this. And that's how and so now I'm in the correct mindset to actually learn things. But it really all depends, you know? Just all in those different phases. I admit my frustration is I don't know how to self-promote. Radio silence is one thing for me, but it's disheartening to get bot comments. Yeah. Like, for instance, Tumblr. Friggin' Tumblr. I have been avoiding tagging
my stuff as just straight up art, just because there are bots that are patrolling that tag, I believe. And they're like bots that are like, oh, I'll commission you, but it's like actually like scam bots. I do a lot of self-critiquing, like I think most artists do. Yeah. I think most, if not all, artists do a lot of self-critiquing, which also leads to like the whole, you know, not thinking so good about your art sometimes, but it's just one of those things that it's like eventually you gotta find the positives. At least that's my opinion. I am just really liking the skin tone. It's just yes. Okay. I think what I need. This is tough. This is tough because usually for his pants, I go for a darker brown. But I'm not sure if I have that. And the browns are especially something that I'm not sure I have, so I think I might have something. I think this lipstick color might do the trick. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. And then, just to add, yeah, I'll take care of that later. Just to add a little bit more cohesion, I'll color the pillow the same color. Your artist free viewers, click here. Oh yeah. Most of the bots on Dungeon Smalls are random advertisers in Russian for some reason. Okay, So, repairman? I hope you don't get like, I hope you're not offended, but is Dungeon Smalls your comic? Cause I knew you were following me, I did not put 2 and 2 together. If that is your comic. It is. Ah. I have been reading up on it. Like I do keep up with it whenever you post it onto the Dungeon Smalls Tumblr. No, I didn't think you were trying to guilt or anything. You're all good. I don't know why. I guess my brain was still stuck in the past because whenever I thought of your art style, all I could think was the fourth wall repairman. So all I could think of was blogs. I haven't seen any of your most recent work until I guess Dungeon Smalls. So I say you've been like improving pretty well, honestly. Like, it's been a really cute and funny story so far, and I'm looking forward to more. So yeah, feel free to promote Dungeon Smalls whenever you're in chat. That's right, Hikari is in reality a Russian bot. Ah, you got me. You got me. Been considering reviving the blobs eventually? Well, no rush, you know. Whatever strikes you, you know? The gray that I want to use. But yeah, you're super welcome. Trying to think if there's anything else I need to add. There we go. And hello. On the chat, you're just saying Alistair, so I hope it's okay if I just call you Alistair. Well, welcome. How have you been? Need to get caught up with your comic, Hikari, or rather, read it from the beginning. So, at the risk of biting more than I can chew, what's your username on Tumblr? But yeah, Repairman, feel free to plug in Dungeon Smalls in the chat. You've been good, Alistair? This sounds good. I'm glad. So just to get you up to speed, we have now completed 4 character drawings as if they were part of a gacha. So since we have like half the drawings done right now, and we have a number of people in chat, I think I'd like to ask some opinions. I know I've like been doing this like poll in both Tumblr and on YouTube, but I think it would be fun just to see like what everyone thinks like each character's rarity rating would be. It's like, do you think this is the character that would be the most common thing, like a 1 or 2 star? Would it be like somewhere in the middle, like a 3-star, a little bit harder to get, but still common enough? Or do you think it would be like closer to a 4 or a 5-star? So, starting off with Oren Kingsley, the coffee-addicted detective. What star rating are we thinking? And for those watching the VOD also, you feel free to like leave your thoughts in the comments as well. Aw. Well, thank you for stopping by, Alistair, but I'm Hope you have a good sleep. And also, if I've ever made me's and sims of my characters, dude, I have Miitopia on Switch. I have most certainly made several of my characters as me's. I also have Tomodachi Life on the 3DS. So yes, I have made my characters as me's. But yeah, just as a quick rating session, I personally think Orin would be like on the lower tier, maybe a 2-star, 1-star, or sort of drop like somewhat, and is like pretty common because it's not like Orin has like any superpowers or anything, but she's still like pretty competent at her job as a detective, so that's her like biggest thing, I suppose. Other than that, she's just small and grumpy. But don't you dare call her small. Yeah, calling characters 1 or 2-star is not mean, you know? This is all just about it. It's mostly like personal preference, you know? Or if you think that like the general populace might see them like as a common drop, like I got like 5 Orins and I'm tired of seeing her. And now we have Tumtress. I'm thinking Tumtress might be a 3-star. Because she's not very, like she's not in a whole lot of places comic-wise, so there's not many opportunities to, like, see her or know who she is, so not going to be, like, a super wanted character. I think, like, she's still pretty and all, but, and so just for aesthetics alone, I can see that, like, raising her rarity just a little bit, but not by a whole lot. I'll trade you my 10 more billion Orins for 1 Tumtress. Yeah, basically. Someone out there's main ends a comment, yeah. And then we have Dreamwalker. So I actually pulled on Tumblr. My Tumblr is Hikari Yushi Art, by the way, for all my art purposes. the poll came out a majority saying that Dreamwalker is a 3-star. And it's like, yes, I can see that, because kind of similar to Tomtris, he also does not like show up. Oh, like he shows up in the grand opening comic, so that's something he has over Tomtris, that he has a comic appearance. And he's also in the pilot comic that I have on my Patreon and Ko-fi, which is like how he and Scotty Hijack met, essentially. So that's another reason to, like, you know, donate to the Ko-fi if you feel like it. You get access to that pilot comic. But I tend to think of the rarity in TCG terms: common, uncommon, rare, super rare, mythic. So rare seems good. Dreamwalker has to be mythic or legendary from what little I've seen. 5-stars can also be deep cut characters. I mean, that's totally fair. Like, he's also, like, he's the one with, like, super shiny everything, so I'm sure that looks a lot like a 5-star or super rare character to a lot of people. And then the first one that I did today, Scotty Hijack. Honestly, I was considering making this one the 5-star. Just because they're the one that has the big main character syndrome going on. Yeah, if a character has golden hair, it's more often than not super rare. Easy 4 or 5. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So I'm thinking it might be close to me ending the stream soon, but before I go, I think I'll also show what I think might be a peek at next stream's gotcha ideas. So here's Alden. The Demon Alchemist. And this is Kavan. A demon, I guess, roboticist or engineer. And then I showed him before earlier, but here's Piero. Anyone who's seen The Wanderer's Tale or the grand opening comic absolutely knows him. He's essentially like the main character of the grand opening series. The grand opening comic of the Dragon Club series. And then also we have Shade, who is one of the Fae that are featured in the Hunter's Tale comic dub. Which I am still working on. I'm slowly but surely trying to collect
a couple more voice actors, and then hopefully we can record lines like sometime this year. My hope is that the Hunter's Tale finale will get to come out sometime, maybe at the end of the year. But, you know, it all depends on everyone's schedules. You know, this is what happens when you have to collaborate with a whole bunch of people. Your designs are really awesome, dude. Thank you so much. Like, it's a lot of fun, like, making these sorts of characters and just learning what makes them, like, look cool and appealing and all that. But, yeah, I think I'm going to call it here. It's been about 4 hours, and I'd rather not burn myself out, so I want to say thank you everyone who joined me for the stream, including those who watched the VOD. And last minute plugins. As I mentioned before, I have my Snapdragon Club webcomic series. The grand opening comic is available in slideshow form on my channel. There's a whole playlist that's around like 40 minutes or so in total. I have the Wanderer's Tale comic dub, which is, you know, voice acted and has sound effects and everything. That is also the very first comic dub of which I've ever done, so it might be very noticeable. And then there's also the Hunter's Tale comic dub, which is ongoing, though if you wish to see the comic pages early, they're available on my Patreon. Otherwise, comic pages will eventually be available on my my other Tumblr, which is Ask Sanctus webcomic. I can actually put that in chat. But yeah, basically all my links are also like on my channel page. And of course, there's also the Ko-fi link as well, in which donating will allow you to see the pilot comic, but also I have stickers available on my Ko-fi shop for characters from the grand opening comic as well as the Hunter's Tale comic. But yeah, I do enjoy the Amazing Digital Circus, and I do plan to watch episode 5 once stream ends. Because I know it is coming out very, very soon. So I hope anyone who's going to watch that, happy watching, and we'll see if we don't all collectively lose our minds. We'll see. Alright, I hope everyone has a good day, a good night, a good evening, a good afternoon. And I will see you all next Friday at 10 a.m. And I hope to see you there. And if not, there's always the VOD. So, take care and have a good day. Bye!